Got a commercial. Oh. You're not going to be playing basketball in silver plastic. And there it is. End of commercial. Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing tonight? We have 0 viewers, so I guess I'm premature hello. Oh, I have to turn that off. Is that better? Choop, choop, choop. Oh, did you switch us to
nope.
Voice channel chat?
Will do.
I wonder if people can hear you tonight.
They should.
Well, you're showing up in OBS. Hello. All right. Crit night for all of you. Oh, well, it's not up there. I guess I'm Pablo again. Henry, if you can put the link to upload models. Crit night. So tonight we're going to upload models. We will send you a link. Hey, Miko. All right, there we go. Yeah, and ZTLs if you can. And so everyone, feel free to upload a model. We will go through them. And yeah, there we go. How are you doing, Miko? Where do I see my lag? Oh, it looks pretty sharp, doesn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. About 7-second lag. You said there's a screen that has latency?
Yeah, if you click the little gear in the bottom right corner of your video, hover over it, or click advanced, and then click the check for video stats.
Video stats, there we go. No, it sits right in front of everything though, doesn't it? Latency 4.9 seconds. Okay, so about 5 seconds. Fair enough. Okay, so where are we starting? Did I lose you?
Starting with Vivek or Vivek.
Is that this one? No, that's this one. All right. So remember, anyone, if you would like to upload models, just upload them at http://zbru.sh/TSW. There's a link in the chat. Normally it's in the title, but it seemed to be Pablo tonight. Again, it happens. It's always tricky when I go on after everyone leaves for something usually happens there. All right, so Vivek Kumar, I guess, male anatomy. As far as the anatomical study goes, it's very nice, clear. Your definition is nice. Now, obviously, if you were doing this as not an anatomical test, but as a physical body, there is fat in some of this stuff when you're looking at like someone who's pumped up, the muscle division is a little different. Usually you're flexed because at this point, he's pretty relaxed. But as a anatomical study, it looks really nice. I would say your butt's a little flat. Obviously, you haven't come into the hands yet. I would also say that under normal circumstances, his junk's a little small. Usually, you're going to pack that out a little more just because you have testicles and other meat bits in there. So I would say that yes, you probably, and that leads to the real issue to that. I think is that your thigh muscles are coming in just a little too much, because normally you get a little bit more of an air gap in here. Hold on, I have my brush is too big there. Do you have polygroups? No, your hands were polygroups. Okay. Let's see if we can brush this in without it getting... I'm just trying to do this quickly. So under normal circumstances, you're going to have a little bit more gap in here. Because nothing really gets that close, anatomically speaking. And the gap is usually closed by the buttocks coming up and under. So, hold on, let's see if we can find visual body. Give it to me. All right. How come I'm not? Okay. How do I log in? They because I have the physical one, they gave me, it was like $10 for the year for the online one, but I don't know where their login is. Let me see if I can find it, because I want to show you this. Gmail, visual body. Really? How is it not my email? I'm confused. There it is. Okay. Okay, here we go. Hey, Sina. Why are you being so slow? Come on. No. All right. So, let's look at our crotch here. So as you can see, there's nothing that really crosses over there, right? These are all coming in. And then, since there's no crossover, there is a gap in the legs as far as muscles go. Now, you know, of course, if you're super bulked out, that changes some. But, hold on, let's hide veins. We don't want to see veins or nervous system. We don't need any of that. We're looking for... well, this. Okay. So it's just going to be a pain in the butt, it seems. I don't like how it doesn't pivot off where you touch. That's annoying. Okay. So My point being, there are no muscles that are crossing over in here. So you're never going to wind up with something that completely pinches here, right? These are all going up into the pelvic region, right? And so you have your genitals filling up this gap a little bit more. Right, it's not just a pinch off there. And then this muscle kind of fills this area up. And so even if you are completely bulked out, your thighs aren't necessarily going to touch there. You need room for the genitals to be there. And like I said, your butt's a little flat. Because especially if you're dealing with like a physical body instead of now I'm having my brain fart again. The anatomical sculptures of muscle. I'm missing it. Hey, right on, right on. This intersection right here that you had very clear, the muscle bulk usually covers that a little bit. You don't necessarily see it like that. And this muscle, how the two glutes are sitting on top of one another, you usually get just a little bit more of an indent like that. And that muscle sort of covers this sort of intersection thing where it's not quite so obvious there. You just get a little bit more bulk. So your butt fills in your crack, and then you have enough room for your thighs in here, right? And they can get close, but your genitals need room. It's not just a pinch off there. Right, you can see that changes a little. And normally you'll see this line cut, especially in muscular people, you'll see this line cut under the muscle, right? This is a transition where your shorts are going to crease into the muscle or under the muscle, because if you're wearing something that's tight, it's going to roll under that muscle. So just something to think about. But really, other than that, he's looking pretty darn good. I mean, your placement's really nice. You have good understanding of the muscle. You have good volume understanding. You know, I mean, I would say that you have it pretty darn good, honestly. I like your little sock feet where the anatomy stops at the feet. That's funny. No, your muscle shapes and forms look really good. Your pecs are good. Your arms are going into the armpits, which is nice. Your striatus are there. I would say excellent job. Just don't pinch the groin. Make sure that you give it enough room. And make your butt a little bit more puffy. And I would say you have a darn good model. Looks great. You might want to include a nose. I'm just kidding. Nope, that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for this. Okay. Is this person here? Is Vivek here? Henry, are you alive? You get so quiet,
alive.
it freaks me out.
I have no way of answering that.
Okay.
I don't know if they're here.
Well, no, I wasn't even looking. It just gets quiet over there. Weird. I don't know what's going on. Right on. No, it looks great. Very nice. So, crotch and butt. And really, that's... I mean, obviously, hands and feet you didn't get to, but... Is there anything else obvious that's screaming? No. And like I said, as an anatomical study, this is good. If you're trying to make it look like a person, some of these intersections in here are going to be covered by fatty tissue, so you're not going to get quite these deep lines, but it's looking much more like an anatomical study, so I think you're good on that. Right on. Anybody have any questions? Nope. Okay, who's next?
Next is Ragnar, which is your second to last tool you've got there.
This one right here, Ungor. Ungor.
So I would say first probably open up the
Picture?
or PNGs, yeah.
Okay. Boop. All right. It's funny how they do all 3/4, but they don't really give you a side image. Oh, I see. This is an accessory breakout. I see. Okay. And then, hold on, we gotta go all the way out before we can hit the next one. Wow, he has a big old weird torso there. Okay. It's funny, this guy seems a lot less aggressive than these guys. These guys have a lot more texture and seem a little bit more... Did you make this model, or is this just an example model of him?
References that were provided.
Okay.
So, I'm going to give you the Cliff Notes
Okay.
version. This is Ungor, who is of the Beastmen species from Warhammer.
Mm-hmm.
They're a mix of animal and human, but they are intended to be more human-like. They're intended to look not weak, but they're the weakest of their species, so it's not like intentionally bulked up.
Mm-hmm.
The horns are intentionally short. They're supposed to look like maybe a goat's or a cow's.
Mm-hmm.
The head has an abnormal shape, but the face should remain relatively human. This artist did make them a bit more muscular. They paid, just for you, paid close attentions to arms and armpits. And you'll notice that the head and body are in two separate subtools. That's because there was the original sculpt had a bad head.
Mm-hmm.
So they just cut it off and made a new one.
Sure.
And then they have a question about fur, but we'll get to that when you're closer to the end.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So first thing, I think, just posture-wise, I think that, let us go W, let us take skew. his neck is also huge. Like usually when you're doing these, this isn't necessarily straight. Like for centaurs and beast men or whatever. Let's do infinite depth X. Usually this is a little bit more of a, like, you're very rarely going to see him lock that knee. Usually it acts as a little bit more like a cantilever there. And then I feel like his head's a little small, but that could be wrong. What's that? Oh, his tongue? Right on. And then his eyeballs. Let's bring those up. Because I moved him around a little. Nah, his teeth. Okay, we won't worry about teeth and eyes and stuff. So I tend to want to see him where it feels like he's bearing his weight instead of being straight, and then his legs come back and off, if that makes any sense. Fair enough. So I think that you do want to, though, it's not really about pose, it's about balance, if that makes any sense. Oh, I don't have Thought on. Boop. Alright, hide you, bring you over here, turn you off, turn you off, turn you on. Hold on, let's get rid of this real quick. You just want to make sure that it makes sense balance-wise what he's doing here, right? And you want his center of gravity to make sense. And so whenever you have a leg like this, you want it to be divided by the center of gravity. That way it can stand, if that makes any sense. You know, this is pretty straight. I mean, often, you know, once again, trying to make it feel like there's weight and such on it couldn't hurt. You know, because these are joints. His neck is way too thick. Even if he is a beastly, chances are, especially if it from the front looks like a normal neck, your neck isn't going to be this thick. And that's what makes me feel like, because this neck isn't super horrible for the torso, which makes me feel like the head is just a wee bit too small. That makes a little bit more sense to me. And I know we've moved horns and stuff here. We're just going to turn our horns and stuff off because I don't really feel like chasing our horns all over everything. Okay, so because we have bigger problems than horns, or you know what I mean. So I think that your head was too small. Your knees need to come out. Now as far as shoulders go, let's see. I think it's just how you have the knees positioned is making you sort of, how the knees are set up, it makes him look like he's bow-legged, but I don't know necessarily that it's that. I think that you have this muscle. Hold on. Do we have clay tubes turned on? We do. Oh, one. So there's this muscle that it feels like you might be trying to get. And then that would straighten your knees out some, as opposed to the knee being bow-legged like that. Because the knee being at that big of an angle makes me want the lower leg to be sort of at that angle. And that doesn't quite make sense. If that makes sense. Right. You're just getting an odd shape in there. See just how this cavity points in that direction? Got to remember a knee's a hinge, right? So if this knuckle is pointing like this, like it is in the drawing, right? Or in the part, its leg would be bending sort of out and in this direction, not straight back. So watch your joint angles, because that does really dictate the implication of what direction your leg's going to work. So I'm going to say, or I'm going to guess, that this is just a mistake with that muscle. Obviously I'm not taking a ton of care here, but and because the knee's pointing out like that, it makes it seem like the leg is out of line. Oh, I have infinite X on. We do not want that. Right. Do you see how that feels like he's standing on that, where this feels like it's kind of torquing out and around? And I'm using Move Elastic, so it is kind of shuffling. But
So this sort of leads us to the question that they're going to ask. They just posted sort of a comment about it. But the legs are going to be covered in hair. So for this creature and other creatures that they're making, that the areas are covered in hair, how much muscle definition do you need to have?
well, if it's under hair, none. But when you're doing this, I think it's very important to understand that the joints and everything are in the right place. Because if you have something, okay, so let's take this for example. Let's go back to our image real quick. Let's go to a graphic image. So it seems like the hair is stopping. So you can still see roughly the knee here and then this. Now you may cover that with hair, because this, let's go back and look at this guy. You can clearly see his knees. You can't see anybody there. Okay. So other than this reference, and this is just computer hair, and this looks like an uncombed collie, you're still going to see the knee roughly, and then see these joints. So if they're out of alignment, it's going to be obvious. Well, I think that you need the anatomy to be there to make sense, right? Because let's just say, okay, I don't know what that muscle is. This thing right here, I don't know if that's there. Let me double check. Where's our muscles? Muscle. Not that. Let us back out. Stop it. Stop it. Back. Really? You're not going to let me go back? Here we go. Let's go to our armpit. Let's go to actions. No, I need the underside. I wish they, instead of it having its arm down, I wish they'd let me move the body so I could see what I want to see. Yeah, see, there's no muscle in between the bicep there. And these muscles are fairly flat, so you're not getting, because that's the lat. Let's dig around it. Before I make anatomical statements like, I don't know what that is. I think it's just too far up. Because you're now lacking an armpit, because where these go and where these go, there's a big hole there, and you filled it up with this little groove right here. Yeah, see, that's the bicep there. So, as you can see right here, let's get rid of this. Navigation with the mouse. Can't do it. Okay. So here are the biceps, right? And you can see that there's nothing coming from the arm over here. Right? The lat comes up and under, but that rides farther back. It doesn't sit this high. So this muscle, or what you've indicated here with this muscle, doesn't exist. And thus in turn giving you your armpit. And that also lets the bicep crawl down here just a little bit more. And that allows the tricep to kind of roll back to where it should be. Because your bicep creeped up a little here. Pec, delt, bicep, tricep, this stuff comes in here. So it's not a little muscle here, if that makes any sense. And that changes the angle of these guys a little. So does that make sense? That doesn't exist. You're actually coming up like that. Because that little thing was freaking me out a little. I was trying to figure out what it was. You're like, beast men have an extra muscle in their pec. Yeah, it's probably like seeing the lat come up and under between, because something comes between here and here in the back, but it's not, your armpit really is just a big gaping hole. What is this? This is Visible Body has a series. I have this on my desktop as well. This is the one that I use on my desk. They have a desktop app too, but this is the online version. So yeah, I wish they would give us a T-pose though. I'm gonna have to call them and ask them just to give us a static T-pose, because I think this armpit is where, in anatomical studies, the armpit is where probably 90% of people messing it up or kind of getting it wrong. Hello, I'm not Pablo. I'm Tomas. They just, yeah, it always happens. And they've got to, Henry, will you remind me to call them and see if there's a view like in a T pose instead of the down pose, so we can see that arm muscle better? Because in the actions, they only show you the muscles that it's using. It doesn't give you the back and forth. So you're not seeing all of none of the underside muscles or the pec muscles. Yeah. Okay, so let us keep going. Hair. So short hair, you're going to be able to see the anatomy. So yeah, obviously you need to keep it. And then long hair. Hey, you were close. It's just that thing doesn't exist. This, not there. So I think that, are these supposed to be the striatus? This is a little strange. So your striatus, and once again, you're like, this is a beast man, not human anatomy. Whatever. These are up here, and then the second set kind of come here, and then really it's just sort of a muscular wall here. You're not getting all of this down next to the abdomen. Let's look at bodybuilder. Right, you can see that in all reality, is striatus are here, and then that, but it's not. You're not getting that kind of muscle against the abdomen. This is a big muscle group here, and then you get a little line in here, and then your striatus are up above it. Here you can see these are really the ribs, and your striatus are there. This is spreading out wider, but see how that's not just super ribby weirdness. That's your striatus there. So if we come over here and look at our rib cage, hide. Right, these are up here. You're seeing those ribs poke through, and then that's your abdominal muscles, right? So this stuff isn't rolling this close. This muscle looks a little bit more, if this is super bulked out, these are coming out. This sort of does that, so it's not. I'm getting weird. That's clay buildup, first of all. I'm getting a weird lag in my brushes. And then your striatus come down. Does that make sense? It's a little bit more of that shape. Like these aren't really here. And these don't go straight back. These are muscles that are tied to the rib cage, so they're going to go in the direction of the rib cage. Yeah? Look at that. I'm stroking on this window and nothing's happening. What is that even about? Uh-oh. Yeah, but even if the anatomy is different, right? You have to think of actual anatomy and why those muscles are there, right? So never, hold on, let's undo here. Right. You sort of, this is the line of the lat when you're looking at the striatus, right? So your lat is all of this, and the lat's a little flatter than that, and it's back farther, and so that rolls all this detail up. Also, these muscles are muscles that are tied to the rib cage, so if they're going to be there, even if it's weird anatomy, they've got to be originating from something, right? It can't just be muscles just hanging out to be muscles. So, brings the lat back behind the armpit. And then These little groovers are going with the rib cage. You see what I mean? There's no place for these to connect if they're just going back like this. So understanding that, yes. Well, I'm not Thomas. I'm Tomas, but yes. Hi, Ash. The skizzer muscles. Right, so even if you have fantasy anatomy, it kind of has to make sense or it's weird. Like, because no matter what, muscles have insertions and origins and they're there to do something. So just kind of keep in mind where that stuff's going. Okay. So I think that it really comes down to what it looks like you did is by putting this here, you move the lat all the way up to here. And then you moved these up to here. And so your torso, this stuff, well, one, your abdomen got pretty flat. And then this stuff got lost to where it was. And you filled in your armpit. And then I think that, having your leg being in line as opposed to having it kind of twist and come around, I think that's an issue. And then wow, Nightbot's getting very lovely. Must go love yourself. And so now what was the question about hair again? I notice how bad the angles on my reference are. Well, the anatomy programs aren't that bad. And then also Anatomy for Sculptors is a really good book. And we get, I contacted them and I got a discount for you guys. So that's a really good book. Sadly, Visual Body is for education, so they don't give education breaks. But, I mean, it's not that expensive. How much is it? Visual Body Suite is, what, like $30-something a year? Yeah, $32.99 a year. And that's for everything online. And that comes with all this crap. Like, you get... It has biological concepts, so it talks about DNA, anatomy, physiology, so that, and then muscle premium. And the cool thing about these is that they actually are designed for education. So if you're trying to learn, they have like these little quizzes, and yeah, it's awesome. It's very, very cool, because if you're trying to learn, you can test yourself through it. And then they have all kinds of other weird stuff. I don't need a tour of the respiratory system for anatomy, though. All right. We can hide you, bring you back up. That can stay hidden. Very, very good. Honestly, most of the time with short hair. So, okay, here's the question. Anything I tell you is really targeted towards manufacturing. So like printing, like I'm creating solid objects. I'm not really creating objects that are designed for gaming or for film or video. So like that person used hair, like, or, the hair thing. I don't use any of that, right? I'm going to try to make a miniature, a sculpture, a piece of jewelry. So any of the things that I'm going to tell you are much more about creating physical objects, not necessarily using the hair tools to create visual virtual objects, if that means. It's not really, well, yes, because it's an anatomical thing, and then it'll quiz you. You do your own quizzes, and it'll test you and all of that. Just automatically, it tests you. So, it's good. It's cool. So what I would say about short hair is that is like, let's say you had short hair around here. For physical things, normally you're just going to just imply hair, just something like this, right? You know, and then give it, and you have to remember hair works in layers. So I would probably start at the bottom and then, you know, kind of just imply your hair, right? And just make sure that it kind of works in mats. This is a little low. And so you can see that anatomy is important because you're not really, you know, I would normally get a rhythm going of how you want your hair to sit, and then come back in and pick places where you want it to tip out, right? Where the little mats of hair become things that are specific, right? And so for manufacturing, that's probably how you're going to deal with hair, right? It's just this implied surface. Yeah, you can always, I mean, and there are plenty of hair brushes out there. Um, I tend to, I tend to just do it by hand, only because hair brushes and things like that, when you're doing short hair over a lot of time, or if you're doing a lot of hair over the same area, I find that it looks like you've used a hairbrush. So I tend to just come in and do this stuff by hand, because, I mean, honestly, you can do it pretty quick, you know, and deem how it's going to split and blah, 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 blah. But yes, they have plenty of hairbrushes. So yes, you can use hairbrushes as well, without a question. So that's how I would probably deal with short hair, right? It's just an implication. But once again, I'm not making gaming assets and stuff. And if you need to make like actual hair that you're going to interact with and stuff, yeah, I'm not really the person to ask for that, because I don't do it. This is a critique. Are you talking about visual body, Daniel? Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're adding hair, I mean, just like this, I mean, no, I wouldn't bother. I wouldn't bother smoothing them out, because as I lay my rhythm in, right, I'm going to fill that stuff up as I'm laying my rhythm strokes in. Right? Does that make sense? So, I mean, you can come in and fill your lines up, but, I mean, if you're throwing down your strokes to get the rhythm for the hair, then I wouldn't bother, because I'm just going to come in and do it with a brush as I'm, you know, trying to figure out how I want my hair rhythm to curve and lay and blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. And was that the only hair question you had? Were there other questions that went with this? Yeah, exactly. I mean, there are tons of options for games. I don't do it. I mean, I'm making physical objects, so that's where my critiques, if you're making things for games, most of the sculptural issues are applicable, but things like how to make hair, unless you're making things where the hair doesn't move, then I'm probably not the person to ask. Yeah. Okay, so now let's look at the face real quick. Yeah. Who wants to do any of that silly stuff? That makes no sense. I would say that your face is too conservative, in the sense of, if you really are, especially when you're dealing with some of the reference imaging, you just have so much more wrinkles and such. And I would be dealing with some of that even at this level, right? When I'm getting this in, like I put the fur rhythm, I would definitely start to put, jeez Louise, the illiteracy in action here, some of this texturing. And I know that everyone tries to sculpt smooth. Man, I'm having speech problems. Ash, it's your fault. I'm blaming Ashley for my speech problems. I know that everyone tries to sculpt smooth first. I almost never try to. Smoothing is the last thing I do, because I'm trying to get surface rhythms in everything I'm doing. So you'll see that I'm normally doing things like this while I'm sculpting. And you can see what I'm doing. I'm trying to get, the rhythms of my wrinkles and the such. And so this way, if you're coming in and you're trying to figure this out now, right? Because I just think that your anatomy is getting a little flat in the face, and that's because you're trying to be careful. And especially in somebody like this who's all wrinkly and weird in it to begin with, I think that if you start laying in your surfaces a little bit more aggressively, these things will start to come in and make a little more sense. When you can see that instead of this nice smooth surface, I'm starting to creep towards where damn it, Jim. I just think it helps you. Well, that's too strong. I just find that it helps me and allows me to think about my substructure muscles, and then in turn kind of where I want to go with my textures if I'm doing it while I'm working. Because the second you start doing everything smooth first, you lose a lot of that rhythm, and you lose where some of this is coming in. And then under normal circumstances, you wind up coming in and you're putting in, I'm going to put a wrinkle here and I'm going to put a wrinkle here. Where if you're coming in and kind of deciding where your muscle structure is underneath, and then kind of feeling your volumes, and getting some of this stuff in sort of as a substructure musculature map kind of thing, then you're going to know where those wrinkles and stuff lie earlier on, then getting everything smooth and then coming back for it. Does that make any sense? Well, he has references, so that's why we're talking about it in this context. And that'll just give you a better creep up on on the figure. Varric, he had images, and that's why I'm talking about. Wishbone, I think, is right about here. Doesn't it? Doesn't the wishbone sort of sit like this? Am I not mistaken about anatomy? It sits kind of like here and goes like that, and then has these bulk. Isn't this the wishbone? Or does it go the other way? It starts right here, then kind of goes down. I know it's right here somewhere. Good morning, Wrath. I think that's what I want. I'm going to make one of those, I'm pretty sure. So, well, like I said, normally when I'm thinking about those wrinkles and stuff here as I'm coming into this stuff. And then the next thing, I don't really use like cutting tools. So like Damium Standard / this, like I don't cut my wrinkles in like this to begin with, which I see a lot of people do. Under normal circumstances, I'm going to use my twist brush and set the intensity and the size. But like when I start doing wrinkles, I want them to actually be folds. And the twist brush gives me much more dimensionality to my wrinkles. And like I said, you can do this at any scale, but you can see that they're not just cut in right there. They have dimensionality. And then I also use SK Clay Fill to fill the tops of them up. Hold down Alt and fill the backsides down. And then when you're getting the reflectivity of a surface that's sitting on top of another surface. So that's one of the things. Is twist in? Yeah, I think it is. Hold on. Isn't it in normal brushes? Hold on, brush. Track standard. I don't know where. I've had it pulled out for so long that I don't know where it is. But that's a standard ZBrush brush. Or is that SK? Oh, that's SK. It's a Sakaki Karu brush. No, it's not. I've just had it so long that I assume that it's a standard. That's how long I've been using that friggin' brush. So like if you're coming in and starting to define your angles or your wrinkles, you can see that you can turn it down. But even just doing your drawing here, you can see that it's cutting one side. It's not just cutting in, you're getting, a rate. It's directional, right? That has a fold that way. If you go the other direction, it goes the other way. And so it's a really good tool to kind of come in and, you can get a lot of your surfacing. And then I tend to come back over with SK Trim Polish, especially for wrinkles and stuff, and knock some of this down just so you get a little flatter so it doesn't quite look like hair, because I use it a lot for hair too, but they're both kind of random generated wrinkles. And that's how I find, once again, I'm always laying down rhythm, and then I make it a little dark, a little deeper, and then a little deeper. So I work towards the deeper stuff. So I'm getting that sort of subcutaneous texturing before I get to the big deep, because sometimes you do want big deep cuts and textures, but those come after I know where I want them, right? But yeah, So it's sort of dun dun dun. I'm Pabloso. You know, so I think getting directionality and rhythm of your skin and surfaces. Yeah. Yeah. Pablomas. That's me. Or is it Tablo? Do you have any other questions with this, Ragnar? That's better. Alrighty. All right, who's next?
Gabe something.
Gabe something?
That's what they named it.
Phil. Is that Gabe? Did we determine that that was Gabe?
I'm loading it now.
The miniature? Wasn't that? Is it this guy?
It's the miniature.
Okay. All right, my friend. You're really killing it as far as having a lot of really tight detail, but keeping your surfaces clean. The old man knows who this is. He's fibbing to you. So I think you did a very good job of keeping your details nice and clean, because when you start, especially when you're doing anything that you want to be printed, you want to be very careful with surface texture. I mean, you'll see a lot of people who do gaming assets and they have all the pores and all of that, and they print it and it's like, oh, this looks like crap. And it's just because you can't, when you're actually trying to get something, unless you're printing it big enough, and then yes, you can print all the pores. You go, oh, look, all the pores. Still looks like a crappy sculpture, because the second you paint it, you got all these little black holes on it. It makes no sense at all. Monsieur. It is Monsieur. So the pose is dynamic. It looks good. It looks good from a lot of directions. So, you know, that's a nice thing. You know, look at it and just make sure that, you know, you have good returns from all views, right? You know, this is a nice angle here, right? So you have some really nice, you know, here, this makes sense, right? You know, just how your eye's traveling. So you have some really good lines here. This stuff is really nice and tight, and like, you didn't try to get too silly with it. These flat surfaces are going to read really cool, but what I like is you have all of this and it's kind of square, and then underneath it you have the round teeth. So you have a delineation from the armor and the character, and that's actually very subtle stuff. This is something that a lot of people don't do, and I think pieces suffer for it. You know, I think this is really, that's a nice, subtle, very sort of advanced decision, if you know what I mean, because what that's going to do is it's going to have, while you're looking at it, you're not going to mistake the helmet for the character, and good on you on that one. Yeah, everything is going all the way to the torso. Are these guys floating? Maybe a little. On something this small, just make sure that, yeah, you did a pretty good job here, actually. Just make sure that, you know, I would come back in and just make sure this stuff is actually penetrating the surface, because at this size no one's going to know the difference, right? And I'm assuming this is miniatures. I know, right? I swear it'll happen. It'll happen, I promise. And then watch out for things like this as well. These little areas are things that'll come back and haunt you. Well, maybe not. Am I just seeing shadows? Come on, undo. Why isn't that undoing? I think actually I just saw that as a shadow. See, like right there, it looks... Okay, it is kind of floating in there. Just get these things to penetrate up into these things, just so you don't have these weird little pinch areas back in here. Just slide that in so it's solid. And it's just a handful of those little places, because if you do want to mass produce them and you make a mold, that little area will pinch right off, and you'll have a big weird gap there. So go through and find like little pinch point like that right there, right? Just bring this in and just make sure that it's kind of flush with the surface, just so you don't have little trapping bits there. Obviously, if you're going to print this, get rid of that airspace in there, because that's not going to print, or it's not going to cast, right? That's all going to go up inside there. It's just going to be a nightmare. Unless this is a separate piece and it's a different metal or a different resin or something. But even then. So just be careful. Like here's another little area. Right? That little airspace. You know, you're dealing with something that it... Did you make this to scale? Yeah, you did. Congratulations. You know, you're dealing with something that is... Come on. Yeah. That's about a mil, actually. 0.9. Okay, from this direction it's a little bit more open. I would probably still have these guys touching a little bit more. Just, why are you doing that? Just so you don't have the airspaces in there that'll see, like that little airspace in there. That's all stuff that can be parts that'll tear out of your mold. So just because you took a lot of care on this, just come back in and tune that stuff up. As far as this goes, if this is a species that has a tail and they have enough, you know, sort of civilization and advancement to make skull things and spearheads, having something that has wrinkles and then tears out of the tail, I just wonder what this group of people have been doing. You know, it's just like you have these nice clean wrinkles and then it just tears into this. I think I would probably come up with, you know, maybe something that comes in like that and then crosses like that, so it looks more like a garment instead of just tearing. What's up? Is there a way that I can pose the base mesh and keep the animation? After sculpting finish in T-pose, then I can go back to pose in ZBrush. I'm not quite sure what that means, only because it kind of... is there a way that I can pose the base mesh and keep the animation after sculpting finish in T-pose, then I can go back to pose. So are you asking, can you sculpt in the T-pose, pose it? I'm not sure where the animation is. After sculpting finish in T-pose, I can go back to the pose. It seems like you're going back and forth a little bit. Are you asking if you can sculpt in a T-pose and then pose it and not lose your detail? I'm not quite sure the animation, what the animation is that we're losing there. Well, if you have a very, very, very clean quad mesh, you can use posable sculpting. You know, but I tend to sculpt flat and then pose. I don't think I mean, like if there's a very specific pose, I might pose it first and then sculpt it. But once again, if you're trying to do something that is really detailed sculpt and you want it to be symmetrical, I mean, depending on how badass your computer is, you can use posable symmetry. But you have to make sure that you're starting with very specific, very exact symmetrical model before you do that. Do you know what posable symmetry is? But can you blend from... It seems... I mean, because the only reason he'd be asking that is if he could then pose or sculpt symmetrically. Because, I mean, of course you can pose it and then sculpt it. I mean, that's no issue at all. Is that all you're asking? Can you pose it? Well, of course you can. Or are you trying to sculpt symmetrically and then pose, or pose it and then sculpt symmetrically? Right? Because, I mean, of course you can sculpt it and pose it. Or pose it and sculpt it. I mean, that's... Maybe I'm not understanding that one. Yeah, I was just about to say that this is very smooth. I mean, the helmet could feasibly be smooth, but this is a natural object. This is supposed to be a tortoise shell, I assume. So I would definitely give this some sort of texture. Even if it doesn't have to be melodramatic, but I mean, you can always tell me, well, no, this is not, they made a shield that looked like that. And I'm like, okay, well then ignore me. But, I would probably still, I mean, like you said, like I said, unless it is, a manufactured shield made to look like a turtle shell, then okay. But I think you could probably get away with... Nope. I do not want lazy mouse on. Make this a little bigger. Make that a little lower. I mean, even if you chose something as subtle as that, you can see how it just feels like it's actually nature made instead of machine made. Because those are big flat surfaces. If that makes any sense. And this is and here again, I think I would probably define some of this with texture, just so your ribs are standing out a little. And it also gives it that natural feeling. You've got that natural feeling. Oh, that natural feeling. I know you all want to pay for me to serenade you all night, because that's awesome. I'm surprised Henry hasn't made a comment yet. He must be busy.
You can sing if you want to.
He's like, I don't care. He's like, the dumber you look, the more money I'm going to make. Yeah.
Nobody's paying for this. Nobody's making any money.
Right, but see how just putting slight texture there and a little texture on the back really changes the feeling of it? And, you know, I also think that these cut-ins are a little too unnatural. You know, I think, you know, you can do that, but, oh, I see, they're separate parts. Okay. I would probably merge this into one and then smooth some of this out. Because right now it's just a little too cookie cutter. I would define the edges of your skull a little more, only because right now how it's cut off, it looks like it's where it's cut off is where it's sinking into the body, because that's what it's doing. So I would probably come in. Come on. Okay. I would probably come in and just make sure this feels like it's the edge of it, right? So it doesn't look like your model's just blending into the model behind it, but this looks intentional. This edge has intentionality. Right. And then if you have something going through it, just make sure it feels like it's going through it. Is that? Move, 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 move. Oh, scheiße, lieber. And then just do something like so it feels like it's going through it, actually, not just ending in the model. So just decide how you want those to work and then punch it, because you will be able to see that. It is stuff that well, a lot of, I mean, what a lot of this comes down to is, you know, it's not necessarily what things actually are. It's how things are going to read in Sculpt, if that makes any sense. After I get the base mesh, I want to pose. After pose done, then I want to sculpt on it. Oh, so you want to pose it, go back to, well, I mean, could you not do that with, what does target, I don't think target stage would work that way, would it? Hold on, let's do a quick check here. not poly loop. I want single poly. Okay. All right, divide. Home stage. And now we take this. Low res. And hold on, I need a bigger brush. And move. And now you've posed him. This is your target stage. Switch stage it. And only go one move back. Is that right? Or did I tap it again? Hold on. Stop it. Home stage. Target stage. Switch stages. No. So it won't do that. Yeah, I'm going to say probably not. I don't think you can go back that far. Yeah, I don't think you can go back to that to the T-pose. I don't think you can switch between that dramatic a pose. Someone might have a yeah, I think you're better off sculpting it, posing it, and then just cleaning up your sculpt. But just so you know, there are yeah, but Transpose Master won't take you back to the T-pose. Right. I mean, you can use Transpose Master to pose and then move other stuff with it, but it'll never go back to the T-pose. Right. And that's what he's asking to do. And that don't work. Okay. Sorry. Yep. So make the turtle shell more natural. Make sure your undercuts are taken care of. See, because you did a really good job with most of them. It's just some of the little floating ones a little odd. I think that a species that has tails would probably figure out how to cover the tails and not just blow through them. So make this a fold or something. I just don't. It's not a wear, right? It's not a wear creature, so it's probably not going to blow through its clothing every time it puts clothing on. So they'd probably come up with a way to cover that. And then the other thing is that just look at fabric a little bit more, because you have really nice rhythm up here, right? This stuff looks good. But things like this, they don't happen that way. And you're you have good rhythm up here, but then you don't do what fabric does, because fabric does this at the bottom, right? It doesn't just kind of flobble out. So make sure that when you're doing this, and I'm just going to take this and right, there's no fabric that does this. Right, fabric has edges, and they get bigger and smaller, and then they have folds. So take a piece of fabric and kind of look at what it does for the bottom edges, right? You know, this could be this, but this would come up, and then that would be another wrinkle, and this could be the curve behind that wrinkle. And then you can move these to placement and such, but you're not going to have this chaotic a curve in fabric, right? So just wrap your head around the bottom of the torn fabric a little bit more. Other than that, it looks great. Yeah. The fingernails. Yeah, see there's airspace under these fingers. Make sure that those are closed up so those don't become casting problems. One of the dogs of the house obviously did something wrong. All I hear in the other room is, Maynard, go, 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 go. Why would you do that? Bad dog. I don't know what Maynard did, but he was a bad dog. Bad dog. All right. Right, just make sure there are none of those weird little undercuts. And yes, a base that has like texture on it. So like a pose like this would be nice if there was a little texture in the base, like a ground, and then this were sort of a pose where he had his leg up. You know, that step up is, I'm conquering, arg. You know, something in that vein. Good call. I'm not saying cover the tail. I'm saying that if you are a species of animal that has a tail, chances are you don't just blow through every piece of fabric you have. You would probably have something that does that, right? That has a slash in it, so your tail comes out of it. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying, you know, if you evolved a tail, yeah, you'd probably still just take a knife and cut it open as opposed to having, you know, an explosion every time the tail goes through. Or just a slice. I mean, I don't buy that every time one of these creatures gets a tail, they have an explosive eruption through their tail. Don't buy it. Just saying. Right? I mean, you haven't had a tail all your life. I would assume that if you're smart enough to attack someone or have a slingshot or a purse, you'd probably just take someone's pants and cut a slash in it. Right? I don't know. Maybe their tail surprises them every time they try to try on pants, and it holds in there, and then all of a sudden, bam, it blows through. Ah, surprise tail. Well, right, Ross, but the whole point is that he wants to pose the figure, come back to T-pose, sculpt it, and then have it return to the pose. And that's not going to do that because you have to resculpt it. All right. But all in all, I mean, I think this is a really successful thing. He looks really good. Congratulations. All right, who's next?
Miko.
Miko.
And there is a JPEG reference.
Where? Which one's Miko? Do we know?
We do know the first
Water.
is
it
called Garment. It's
Yeah.
Girl.
Yep.
Yeah.
Those are some bangs. Or are they VR helmets? I like the idea of both.
Check the reference.
All right, fine. I like guessing before I check references. It makes it more exciting for me. This is about my entertainment. Man.
Hello, hello.
There it is. Hello, hello. How you doing, my brother?
I'm fine, thanks.
All right.
It's like sculpture blackout stage or something like
Yeah. No. That outfit's crazy. I like it. Lots of piercings. They both have the face of, ow, that really hurts through my hand. They're both like, "Arr." Hey, it's just, okay, so let us see. So I think that your facial expression is a little harsh. Or not harsh, but let's go back to our photo reference. It looks more, instead of grimacing or having the sides point down, the sides of your mouth are a little too in the center, so it makes it look like they're doing ducky lips. Does that make sense?
that.
So instead of a it looks like they're going and so I think that's just a simple move here. Let's see if I'm correct in that. Right, see how that changes the tenor of it pretty dramatically? But there's some crazy teeth, my friend.
I'm going to print it, so I thought that I need it like in single piece.
You need it what? Each single
As a
piece?
single piece, yes.
No, why would you need that? You mean
That is.
you need the teeth as a separate piece?
Yes, to make a different variation.
Oh, okay, I see. Sure. But if you're not trying to make them, and you may be trying to make them super creepy, but if you're not trying to make them super creepy, I would cut the lines in them and then come back and smooth it into one plane. Because see how here it looks like really chattery and scattery and kind of weird, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where if you come back in and knock the edges down, you still have the creases, but it feels like a cleaner set of teeth. Does that make sense? Now, I kind of like them creepy. So I'm not saying don't make them creepy. I'm just saying if you're not trying to make them look creepy, that's one of the things that people look for pretty dramatically, right? So something to think about. And so I think bringing the edges of the lips down is going to try to match that image a little bit better. But once again, I'm not saying you have to match that image. I'm just saying that if you're trying to get sort of that pouty, lippy sort of thing going as opposed to ducky lip, think about, where the edge of that lip is.
Yes, you are totally right.
Yeah. Your pose is nice. I think you're definitely getting there. The mouth position was really the one thing that seemed very issue oriented. Yeah, you're just blocking that stuff in. I see what this is. very nice. Okay. And I would say also that you probably want, and once again, purely just creep factor. And I like creepy, so I'm not saying you necessarily want to do this, right? I'm going to defend creepy. But it's a little too much, sorry. I would have this just a little bit, instead of it being sucking in, instead of it being concave, if you make it a convex surface, and just fill in the dramatics of that a little. And I know you're just blocking in, so you can always ignore anything I have to say.
No, I can. I will follow what you say. Follow.
And you see how by, instead of making that deep, you just fill this in a little bit more. And let's compare the two faces, right? She looks a little less, she's still pretty cheeky. You can see I'm not filling this in much at all. But see how she doesn't quite look so skeletal? And once again, I like the weird creepy skeletal, so I lean towards that. But if you're trying to match the photo or match the reference image, I think you need to just fill in the skeletal gaps just a touch.
Yeah, I understand.
And I know that often it's easier to find placement and stuff, you know, doing it that way. But, and let's see. I mean, these are still in poses, so I'm not going to talk about transitions. Your anatomy's looking okay. When you have fabric folding over, these are probably going to turn into wrinkles. Let's look at the image again, see what's going on there. It's black. But if you notice, hold on, let's zoom in here and look at this. Right, what you have here, hold on, is this is coming around and going down. This is coming around, folding, doing this, doing that, and then something like that. Right? So I think that this is probably, I'm going to use clay buildup. Let's turn that down a little just so we can get there quicker. I think that's coming over and becoming the first one. It's coming out of there, becoming the second one, and then I think, and this is actually part of the sleeve, not that, but I'm just trying to get some meat in there. I think you're getting something a little bit more like that. I just blew that out. That's obviously not correct, but right, you know, this is coming down and under. You have this transition, and then you have a fold here, and this is coming up and under. So what we really have is, what is that? Is that a mask? Oh, no, that's not a mask. Do we have paint turned on? We do have paint turned on. Turn paint off. So what I think is happening here is this is actually out here more. Okay. Because that's coming up and around there. That is there. Right, that's folding off. All right, so what I think you have is this. Let's smooth that out. Let's actually get this back up here. And this all drops behind this, right? There, I think, you know, this is all kind of coming down and doing that. Because it appears to be a large sleeve. So what you have is, here, let's just pull that down for right now, coming from the elbow and then hanging down. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, so it's coming around. This is down, this is up. And this is probably tight. So it's a straight line from there to there, because it's hanging off that and then draping to this. So that is going to be a tension curve there. So we see that coming up. Let's see where it hits. That's the elbow there, so just above the elbow. All right, so we're roughly in the right place there. And then this is coming down in front of the elbow. No, do I have infinite on? I sure do. Like, why is that moving that way? So this is coming down around the elbow and then falling into this area. Right? That's doing that, pinching around the elbow. And then this is coming around because this is the cuff and you're getting some pinching there. Around the cuff. Okay. So I think let us take this part, garment. This part, no, stop that. That part, what's that part? Is that the other side sleeve? Okay. I'm just going to merge down. Dynamesh. Okay. So, let's turn this up. That's going to be coming over and under. Let's hide her. Okay. Because that is connecting to this. Because this is a sleeve. Mm-mm. Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. Okay. So now this is, nope, that is not clay tubes. That's coming around there. Coming around here. And then folding down, up, and under here. That is this bunching around her elbow. And then kind of had a flat spot there. And then this is wrinkling around her wrist as it buckles here. And then that is implying to this, and you have like a weird little wrinkle dent there, coming over and around, pinching, coming over and around and down. Okay, I think we have something like this going on. Right. And that's not perfect, but let's go back and look at our reference. Right, and down and under, fold one, going over, implication of a wrinkle, implication of a wrinkle, down, coming around the wrist, and you're getting pinching wrinkles going this way. I think. That's what I would gather from that. Right?
It already looks much better than I was able to look it out.
Yeah, because these, just from these highlights, it's just sort of, right? So, obviously that's not it, right? Because actually, this is a wrinkle here a little bit more. But I think that's what's happening. Or at least something close to that, right? And then I guess this actually comes over more. Because I think that covers some of that, right? Right. And then this side is, I think there's more tension on it than this. Let's go back and look. Stop that. It's pinching around. That appears. What's interesting, that appears to, where's that going? Okay, if that's that, this is, yeah. I think this is up here more. And that gives that a steeper angle. Maybe draping over here. But this is more at this angle. Okay, let's see what we got here. Alright, let's Double check here. Yeah, see, this looks like it's under tension. Right, so it's draping off of something tight here. You're getting almost a clean pinch, rolling around and bunching at the wrist. So this is clean. It feels like it's coming sort of in an angle up. What are you doing? Fill that up. Alright. What is up with that? Turn it down. Off of the wrist. Hide this stuff right now. That's a pretty steep angle. Okay, boom. And then that is a nice curve. Meeting here, scooping this way. And then there are a couple of wrinkles in here. It seems like it's coming off of the wrist on the inside, and then a few tension wrinkles in there. Oops. Maybe something, that way. Right? And I mean, like I said, obviously there's some issues there, but I think, well, ignore this stuff. I was just pulling that up for the silhouette. That obviously is going to probably, you know, wherever that transition going over the shoulder is, that's where that's going to change. And that's where that transition will happen, wherever that's crossing under tension up and over the arm. Righto? So I think, and then obviously this is let's not separate it there. That would be what's going on in there? That would that'd be where the sleeve, and that's the back, right? Boop, boop, boop. Whatever that silhouette is. Because one of those is floating a little, right? Because they're gauzy, I think. But I think that's a little bit more what's going on with your fabric. So I think this hand is, right now you sort of have the hand like this, but I think the hand is down farther and the fingers are coming up. And I think the hand
if I
is,
try to put it that way, the anatomy of the figure becomes very strange because they already have some specific proportions,
Mhm.
and I tried to like keep them and adapt to what we see. And if we move that hand and make fingers up, the length of the hand is like some crazy. Not sure if it's how to deal with it.
let's see. Come on. Okay, obviously our thumb.
We like need to move the hand forward.
Yeah. Okay, so let's hide our garment real quick. And where is... So it's right at the wrist. So... So it's a little bit more like that. Right? So now let's... Okay, she has really long skinny fingers. Okay, so if that is where her hand is, so either they're both very straight on, so I would probably say that let's see if we can make this happen. 1 second. YouTube. Okay. We could get that hand there from there. That only moves okay. And then to get you come on, where are you? Why aren't you showing up? And then we're going to take you and just rotate you back a touch. And that probably means we're going to bend you up a little. Maybe something like that?
And there are no intersections behind the first girl.
Behind the what?
Like the hair of the front girl intersects with the body of the one that stands behind it.
Over
I
here?
mean on the model. Yeah.
Here? Oh no, let's do this. I mean, I could just import this as a background image. That'd be too easy, wouldn't it? All right. Stop being silly. And just do it, Tomas. Just do it. Floor on draw front back map 1 import downloads download folder '17 picture open. Really, you're going to be like that, are you? Okay, how big is this? This is slasher subtool 593. So that means I need draw size. Where's my grid size? Grid size. Whoa. Let's do. Now that's interesting. 25, let's do 18, 15, 14. Okay, that's pretty close. All right. So let us draw fill mode. Boom.
Probably it's possible to make an image a bit smaller.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Yes, and when I was blocking it up, I also increased the size of the head of the girl that stands behind, because it should be larger in reality than on the picture to have that look.
I can see that. I mean, that's not irrational thinking. So that is roughly where the hand wants to sit. Scoot that back, tilt it down. Right. So let's hide that. No, you're pretty damn close. Boop. I think you're real close. Yeah, just...
With luck, yes, and your help.
What's that?
With a bit of luck and your help.
And the hand's obviously at the wrong angle because it's cutting into her arm a little, but I mean, that's simple enough to figure out. Probably more there. Boom. Boom. Something like that, probably. Yeah, no. I think you're damn close. Especially, I mean, you know, especially since this is your block out, so.
Cool.
I would,
Thank you very much.
yeah, I would just look at your fabric, look at the placement of that hand, and I think you're getting very close. Looks good, my friend. It's good to hear your voice. I'm glad you're good.
It's very cool to be
Yeah.
here.
Henry told me about some of the issues earlier. Well, but we can always do it this way, right?
Yeah.
Right on. But definitely stay in touch. And you know that we're always there on Tuesdays too, right?
Yeah, I'm going to visit you.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you very much once again. It's very cool. I will go and introduce all these changes and make something else and come back.
I can't wait to see what you're going to do with all those gears. All those I can't wait to see you deal with that one. That's going to be fun.
Just crying and screaming and making it. All is fine.
Awesome. Alrighty. So now, where are we?
Let's see. How many more you got there?
I think that might be it. Hold on. So we did that. We did him. Oh no, we
I think
didn't.
you've got 2 more.
Yeah, we didn't do this one. And then we have this one. Right. Okay, we have 2 more. Why? How many people? How many more people have uploaded?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh, Jesus. I would have been going quicker. Sorry. That was... Who knew? All right. So I guess the issue is fabric over the shoulders, huh? So the thing I would say is this. When you're doing this, you really just have to think about, 1, what kind of fabric is it? And then 2, how is it draping? Right? And so you're almost never going to get this, the armpit, right? That's never going to fill in like that unless it's like Velcro, or if it's like something that's super flimsy, it'll drop at a 90-degree angle. Normally something you have going over the shoulder is going to be something... you got the yawns. That's bad. It's too early for me to be yawning. So normally it's going to be something that has stiffness in it or something as far as the stuff sitting on the draping over the surface. This feels like it's like a chiffon or something very soft. And that's the only way you'd get it to drape like this. If you're dealing with something that's satin, like a graduation veil or something. So the kind of fabric makes a big deal out of how this is happening. I'm going to go to this one because it just has a little bit more meat in it to begin with. So the thing to remember is, what are your tension points, right? So, well, where'd you go? This tension point is from shoulder to the top of the breast. Yeah, I'm going to do this. Dynamesh. And then I'm going to divide this a couple times. And then I'm going to hide everything else. So our tension point, where's my brush? Oh, there it is. Okay, so I can take this back to point 2. Great. Tension point, I'm going to use clay from over the shoulder to the tip of the breast. Okay, so we obviously would need to fill this in. Use clay buildup. Lower my res a little. Let's delete higher for a second and redynamesh. Right, so you're going to have a lot of tension right here because it's draping. Do I have symmetry turned on? I do. How we deal with that? We go back to the beginning. Come on. Hold down Control, tap on that. That's History Brush. We come back to where we are. Come back to where we are. Take History Brush, turn symmetry off, and we just brush this back. Okay. Now we're back to normal. Okay, so now turn History Brush off, go back to clay tubes. And we're just thinking about tensions, right? And I just want that top line right. We're just thinking about the top surface right now. And around. So you have your first bit of tension there. It comes over the breast, and then you had it going over and down and across. So now this is going to fill. Right. Okay. And so now you kind of feel how that tension's going to be. I'm going to take SK cloth, make sure that comes around, going down and over, coming over and across. And so that top edge of your thing is what, or the top edge of your fabric or whatever it is really what's defining how that tension is sitting on your surface. The only reason I did it this way is so you could see this top edge. Now, I think I'm lower than you are. Okay, so let's bring this up, around, down and over. Okay. So, Hmm. Yeah, once again, I remesh for total geometry issues. I'm never like remeshing an eye socket and all of that. Um, but there is a plugin which I do use, and it has a really nice algorithm. And I don't know if it'll help you any more than the normal one, but it is, what's it called? Easy Remesh. Look at this plugin, because it does whatever algorithm they have on it. It works really well for some of that. Hold on, let me see. Easy Remesh, and it has some really good remeshing tools. It does like nice loop stuff. It does edge clipping. It does stuff, but you can draw it in, and it gives it to you. I guess I don't do complicated remeshing like this necessarily. Well, I just never really do it as tools, but you may want to look at this plugin because I have it and I use it quite a bit. I mean, it's not expensive. You don't need a studio seat. You're not covering 5 things. One seat is like $7.60, so it's nothing, but it's a very good remeshing tool. So you might want to look at that. So all I'm saying about this is, and why I'm sculpting on it, is because when you just, especially for flimsy things, if you just add them, like by, just a mask or something, it's real easy to lose where it is on the body. And this way you can at least get a better feel for how it's sitting on the body if you're actually sculpting on the body. And then the nice thing about this is if you have your, you get it going, right? You figure out where you want everything. This is really going to give you a better idea about how these tensions are working. And then you can always come back in with History Brush and really refine these and just go back to the original form, right? But I think that when you start out with a separate object, often you don't get as good an idea of what's actually happening with it. So I would think about wrapping your head around kind of sculpting it on first, just to explore with, that's not SK trim, just kind of to explore how it's sitting and where your tension points are. And I think sometimes that's more difficult to do when it's a separate part. So I would experiment with that a little. Okay. Now we have this guy. So I'm assuming you applied some detail. Now the issue is that obviously this is, oh, you have paint, don't you? Oh yeah, okay. So this is not really intending to be superhuman, so that's okay. The only thing I would say here is you are still using somewhat human anatomy. So this cheek area is very bizarro, or this is very bizarro. But you have this thing going on. I mean, it has a lot of depth. It's just that this throws this into a weird place. I think you might be a little better served. Don't just end that with, like, you can have weird anatomy here. But since the lips are pretty human, you want them to kind of function like human lips. Otherwise, they look very strange, and the brain's like, what is going on there? And I'm just trying to figure out the best way we can get that to work here. Hold on. Alright, so you have some funky anatomy, but we need the lips to feel like they're actually incorporated into some anatomy, not just a straight line and it's up and over. So let's think about what the lips do into those smile muscles. Duplicate. And let's take you back to the beginning. Turn paint off. So I guess what's bothering me is this. See how this is just this shape that does this, and it's sitting up and outside this, and then you have this weird little thing. This just looks like you took a line and just went like that and cut it in. Right? See how this is poking out, and it doesn't work how a mouth works. And since you're using human lips, you probably want that intersection right here to function more like a human mouth does. Otherwise, I mean, unless you made it completely, if it had, a line that did something like that and it tied into this different anatomical thing, well then, that's one thing, because you're not necessarily getting this intersection to function like a human mouth. But it looks like you're trying to get it to look like a human mouth, and this is just very weird for that. So I would try to come up with a way to incorporate it into where it feels like this intersection is working like the human mouth would, but you just have a little extra kind of anatomy going on there somehow or another. Give me some more geometry here. What happened there? Oh, this is decimated. That's why we have that much detail yet. No geometry. Okay, so let me redo that. Dynamesh. And then we're going to go here. We're going to tap that. We're going to go here. We're going to go project history. And there we go. And now I have your texture. Oh, I didn't quite want to do it that way. Hold on, undo. We want. I want to keep this. Project history. All right, we can deal with that. All right, so now we're gonna come in here and all right. And I'm not saying this is the right way to do it. I'm just giving you an option here, showing you how, if you try to tie that anatomy into, since you are referencing human anatomy here, I would say try to incorporate some of this, you know, it can be a weird puckery face, but since you have the implications of human lips, I would say you want that mouth to work a little bit more like a mouth. And you can see that, you know, I just took that oval group of muscles, extended them and twisted them out a little to make it more where your character was at. Yeah. And by sticking with pseudo-human anatomy, it at least looks like it's part of the character as opposed to just pinched and in. Make sense? Right? Sort of just pinched and in, somewhat incorporated into what's going on. No, I think it's a alien. He has some blueness going on here. Right, this is what. All right, hopefully that makes some sense. All right. Who's next? Are we ready for downloading again?
Downloads.
Downloads, downloads. Doopa doopa doo doo doopa doo doo doo. All right. So is one of these a final? Should I take the one that says final there? Or are they both Riz's thing?
They were only uploaded 2 minutes apart, so I think they are two completely separate pieces.
Okay. Yeah, bump, 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 bump. Well, a lot of these are pictures. So it's not too brutal, right?
It probably is.
All right, fair enough. "26 seconds. There must be some big files in this." Mm. Downloads. Every time I see this folder now, only thing that goes through my head is critical file theory. All right. Extract. Boop. Yeah. If it wow, it even had to come up with an extraction folder. There must be something horrifyingly large in here, isn't there? 1 gig. We have a 1.2 gig ZTL. I can't wait.
It's a big one.
Some of the super, super big ones are often like a circle. Did you really need 1,300 million polygons for that? Oof. I thought I started a new tool. I guess not. All right, while these are loading, I'm going to run to the restroom.
Bonjour.
Hello, hello. Give me a 1 second. Things are, see the little blue wheel? Things are loading. I will be right back. Boop. Oh, yeah.
Made myself a green tea.
Very nice.
It's supposed to be relaxing.
I can't do green tea. It tastes too much like lawn clippings smell to me.
That I do agree with. I just do it for health reasons. It's like natto.
Mm-hmm.
It tastes disgusting, but it's really good for your blood, so it's just one of those things I drink. It's supposedly got a lot of L-theanine. I don't know if you know know that.
No, I'm pretty sure you're just making words up.
How did you know?
Oh, that's horrible. Hysterical. All right. Put my headphones back in. Boop. Awesome. All right.
Back.
All I could say is that. What's first?
Riz, who is on the line with you. Before you get started, can you go in OBS and turn up your desktop audio? How high is it?
It's not blasting.
Blast it.
Is that better?
Barely audible. I'll tell you in a minute. Go ahead.
Go ahead. What?
Go ahead with the critique. I need Riz to talk to figure out if it works.
All right. Which one's Riz here? Here's Riz.
He has 2 of them.
Look at you go, boy. Oh, that looks good.
This is from your jewelry workshop course.
Yep.
Project 2.
Awesome. No, it's looking good. Is this a separate piece? Or is that just...
It's all separate.
Okay.
Although, I might have sent you... Oh, in the folder there's the separate pieces. This is the merged version.
That's okay. We can do that.
It's quite nice.
It's interesting that you chose to do all the leaves and stuff in separate pieces.
Just
Not
found
that that's a problem. I just...
Yeah, I just... I don't know why I did it like that. I just thought it might be easier.
Well, I mean, if it helps you visualize the shapes better, then so be it. The one thing I would say is, as far as sculpting goes, it can become problematic when later on, when things get more complex. You know, it can make doing things in separate parts, especially since, you know, this is one of the very early projects. There's no problem with that, right? I mean, it keeps you focused. But the problem with doing things in separate parts like this is as you get more complex shapes, because you got to remember we're trying to get watertight models. And when you have to merge all these things together and then try to get them to be watertight, it can be a real nightmare. It can be a dramatic nightmare. It's already a nightmare to get everything watertight, honestly, but it could cause you grief in the future. But if you're here and you're just trying to get used to forms and shapes and stuff, you know, it's no drama. It's just because the other thing is, like, you know, just things like this is actually a leaf rolling over, right? You have the stem and then it's sort of rolling over itself, and that's how you're getting this shape here is with that opening. So if you want to move this line around and get it to contour and stuff, or conform to your curve, my God, words. Sometimes with separate parts that can be problematic too. But as you get into more complex forms and shapes, this is going to kill you when you're trying to make it one mesh. So if you do this, and like if this is a process that you really like or use, that's cool. But just remember, don't try to do it all at one time. Drop one, merge it, drop the next, merge it, drop the next, merge it. And that's going to allow you to have cleaner meshes at the end than just trying to do it all at once. It gets confused, it leaves residue. Blah, it's a nightmare. So, yeah, just something to think about in process.
Okay.
But all in all,
I think, yeah, I was just maybe I wanted to make it easier rather than go outside my comfort zone. Maybe I don't know.
yeah, no, it's
I don't really know why I did that. Actually, to be honest. Just
well,
the way I did.
like I said, processes are processes, and I mean, there's no right or wrong process, right? It's just some processes are definitely streamlined for certain, because this how you did this is very similar to how, let's say, now I'm having a complete brain fart. He's my friend. He teaches stylistic character design.
Jane Austen.
And Olsen?
Shane, thank you. Jesus, I'm having brain farts. It's horrible. Like, this is how Shane teaches people how to break up the bodies. Right, because then you're moving one thing and you're moving another thing and you're moving another thing, and it lets you pose and it lets you do a lot of stuff. And for what you're doing there, you know, that's great. But once again, when you're trying to get all those meshes to come into one solid waterproof or watertight shell, it can create a massive grief. So, but like I said, if that's the process you're used to, as long as you learn how to post-process the piece logically, I think you can work with it. You'll just find that, you know, when you start stacking stuff, it just becomes many hours of post-processing.
Maybe I should go back and try and do that step, because my initial process was, thought process, sorry, was to just dynamesh it all together and then reproject the details.
Yeah.
Onto like dynamesh it and then remesh it and then redivide and then project again.
Yep. No, that's a totally legitimate workflow, because dynameshing it will get you there. It's just these are like, you know, this is sort of meant in some ways to be a fairly quick process, and if you can sculpt your way through it, I think you'll see that it'll actually take less time than trying to get it all, like, than doing all the post-processing. But like I said, honestly, you can probably work it into something you're quick at, or if you get Joe's plugin, what is it, so much ZBrush, like, he has these remesh tools that do those steps for you. You just push it and it'll go through those steps, and then you just have a little cleanup, but it's not you going through the steps. So I like so much ZBrush a lot. It takes that whole dynamesh, reproject, Z-remesh, boom. It automates all of that. He wrote some really beautiful scripts.
Does it give you good results with that all the time?
No matter what, you almost always have to go back and fiddle. Well, here, let's see. Let's take
There's
this.
one I use called FJ Tools. It has a similar thing where it will automatically, you know, you remesh and then it will like if you extract, for example, it will add thickness and it will divide it back down, but there's often some issues with that. I prefer just doing it manually, so just
Right. So you have how many? So
okay.
So this is
Sorry,
your
I'm
tool.
moving.
It is in separate parts, right? Auto groups.
Yeah.
Let's just see what it does to it. Yeah. So this is auto grouped. You're at 6 million polys. So let's go to Z-remesh. Low 3000's fine. 4 subdivision levels is fine. We're going to dynamesh first. Recreate subdivisions. We want that. Oh no, you have no subdivisions, do you? No, so we don't need that. We're going to create the subdivisions here. Remesh groups. No, we don't want groups remesh. 2 times remesh. Let's do that. And then let's see, remesh this and see what happens. This should be fairly quick. Okay. I just want to see what it does with this, because sometimes you, like any projection, if the remeshes get it out of the projection range, you can wind up with some odd results. But for the most part, it's pretty good. I mean, considering that you don't have to do any of this, we're just sitting here waiting for it to go through its steps.
Oh, I see. So it's actually dynameshed it as well and remeshing it all together. So it's doing the whole process.
Yeah, so it just did but it didn't. Maybe I did want it to recreate subdivisions. Because see how it didn't go up?
Turn on recreate subdivisions.
Yeah, that was my problem. Okay. Let's try that one more time. Delete. Okay. That has all our groups, right? Oh, yeah. All right. ZBrush. Okay. I mean, I've had good results from it,
See where you've got on your custom menu, you've got polycount millions and then dynamesh. Is that part of so much ZBrush as well?
Yeah, that is a plugin called Dynamesh Master. And you being able to select how many millions you want is part of Dynamesh Master.
Okay.
I'll show it to you in just a second. We're there, aren't we? Okay. So you can see that, we have these weird little projection, like the over projection stuff here. And you can see the projection stuff there. And that has to do with projection distance. You can see that it projected to the one shell, not, right? So you have to come back up and clean it up a little bit. But honestly, I mean, for you not having to do that, I mean, you've gone through that process a couple times, I'm sure. So you can see that that is a pretty quick solution, at least to get you to your first throw at it,
well. I was surprised it finished so quickly. I thought we would be waiting.
And you have subdivision levels. See, we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And normally I'm going to set that for 5 to 7 subdivision levels, and I'll usually make lower res about 1,000. Like, if you make it 1,000 and then you say 7 subdivision levels, that gives you 8 subdivision levels starting at 1,000. So you can calculate it out to where you can get what subdivision levels you want by taking it down. I just can't add on the fly. That's not one of my superpowers. But I mean, that's a pretty painless jump, I think that's well worth it. And Joe spent a lot of time and energy. Where'd it go? Hold on. Come here, you. Sorry, that had nothing to do with anything. My phone just told me that it was running out of batteries and my charger. Never mind. So you can see that so much ZBrush is actually pretty good. And, especially if you don't want to go through the process of sitting there and doing it, there is a final thing. And, I usually obviously you keep this one. You can make this your history state. And then any place that's weird, like we lost a little bit of it here, this will bring us right back to there. You can get back to your, with history, you can get back to your, make sure you turn on backface masking because history is brutal. You have these, often you get the little soft corners, but that happens anytime you reproject unless you're sitting there babysitting it every time. But you can see any place that you lost it, you can come back in with history and just touch back up and get it to where you want it to be. But no, I mean, the model itself looks good. I think that looks nice. And I like your decoration. Once again, when you have this much decoration or this small a detail, you want to make sure that like if this were on a 10 millimeter piece, obviously this would be too small, right? If it's on a 40 millimeter piece, that'd be fine. So whenever you're doing these tight, small patterns, you just want to make sure that your egg and dart is big enough to show up in the print, right? So a lot of that is dependent on the actual scale of the model. What is interesting, and I don't know if you did it intentionally, is that because your flowers, which are the main detail point of the piece, have very little surface detail, and you've put a lot of surface detail on the things that are in the background, it will actually make these punch, right? Because one, if you're doing this kind of detail, chances are you're going to want to sulfur it or use jewelry black or something so those patterns show up nicely. And since since the flowers don't have that kind of chatter, they're going to be brighter than the background. So
totally intentional, yeah.
Yeah, so
all along.
Good call.
Not really.
So just remember, like if you have something that's a lot of texture as your foreground, you'll probably want something with less texture because we're not just using color, but texture really helps delineate foreground and background. And it can be your foreground's really busy and your background's plain, your background's very busy and your foreground's plain, but just think of breaking those two things up, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
But it looks good. Very nice.
Thanks.
But yeah, if you're going to do it this way, I would definitely suggest investing in so much ZBrush because it will help.
Yeah, I'll definitely take a look at it.
Yeah. Do you have any questions about any of that?
No, that was actually the main question I was going to ask is how you would make it printable, perhaps, but you answered that. So.
Yeah, it just comes down to the other thing you might want to do here is because you have so much depth. I didn't really rotate this around. Sorry.
I didn't do the back just because it wasn't part of the tutorial. So I just
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that because you have this much thickness in the part, I would still come in and thicken those parts up if you were going to have it this thick. But I think chances are your pendant isn't going to be this thick.
Right.
No, it looks great. I like it. Very nice, very nice.
There's some areas that could be improved, but it's just more of a time thing.
Yeah.
Time I want to spend on it.
I mean, like, some of this leaf stuff is a little wavy as opposed to the cups that they actually are. But, I mean, your style, you're very consistent in your style, so it doesn't look like a mistake. Does that make sense? So, we can sit there and talk about, that this is slightly, that isn't how that kind of leaf is. But because you've made this a little more flowery, as opposed, like you've added petals to the flower. That makes this feel natural, right? So stylistically, I think you actually accomplished it well, you know.
Okay. Thank you.
So yeah, no, you know, the rhythm and the flows of everything are pretty good. I like it.
It was a good challenge because I think it is challenging, especially early on, but it's worth it in the end.
Yeah, without a doubt. And the thing about those projects is they're really not designed to do once. You know, I say do them until you can do it without thinking about it, you know, because like you said, there's actually real challenge in some of that stuff. It's not just, oh, look, this is easy, I got through it, boom. You know, this is learning at your own pace. So redo them until everything is comfortable, you know, because if you can do the first, as you'll notice as we get more and more advanced in those tutorials, I do the exact same process every time. I mean, I build everything like I do that first model. You know, I mean, that's how I work. And if you can understand it at that minimalistic geometric stage at the very beginning, then you understand the forms, right? And if you understand the forms, then you're going to be better off at what you do. Okay. Who's next?
There's one more piece, sorry.
Oh, there's one more piece. I'm sorry. Which one is it? Do we know? It's not this. Hold on. Delete all. This is the byproducts.
The one with the dome looking thing.
All right. Boom. Okay.
So that's just the first thing from Project 3. I just thought I'd do it anyway.
Sure.
It's not too complex.
All right. So I think that you can probably, like, there's nothing that you've done here that you probably couldn't do at a 5 million mark, like, because you don't really have any surface texture going on here. So I think that, I mean, unless your computer is as good as my computer, then sculpting in 25 mil could be problematic for you. If you can get away with it, then great. But you by no means need 25 million polys for this amount of detail, surface detail, right? Because where the very high resolution is needed isn't necessarily for doing this. Oh, we have history brush. I'm like, what do you mean I can't use my brush? It's because you can't use that brush. Your multi-million poly models aren't necessarily needed for doing this. It's for doing stuff like right, because if you want that detail to be sharp because it's low and small, then hopping up to the 25 million marker can make sense, because here, let's take it smaller. You can see that you can get, why is that just moving around so bad? Okay, there we go. You know, you can see that we can get much finer surface detail at that resolution, but that doesn't change this like the big stroke resolution. You know, if you're working anywhere within that yeah, like 3 to 5 million polys, you're going to be fine for any kind of large architectural stuff like this. You're going to be, that's more than enough geometry. Now, once again, if your machine can handle it and you're not having any problems sculpting at 25 million, go for it. I do.
Just depends on the scope, I think, usually.
Yeah.
How many subtools. It does struggle a little bit sometimes.
I think that
But there must be something, because you're getting really, really nice, clean lines there. I wonder if that's just solely to do with the tablet.
it could. Are you using my brush settings?
Yeah, yeah.
Then maybe it is the tablet. I'm not sure.
Mm.
So whenever you're doing this stuff, this is where, remember when this is too much pressure. You know, where you have the scoops, you've done a pretty good job here. Retaining the scoops and keeping like a bright facet edge. Come on.
Is the gem area okay? That's my last question for this.
Well, it depends. So, is this like an extended cabochon? Like, what do you think this gem is?
Yeah. Well, that's the Boolean piece.
Oh, that's not a gem. Okay. I see where we're at. This is the gem. It is a cabochon, right?
I think it's on. It's not. You need live Boolean
There we go.
mesh thing.
Yeah.
Whatever it's called.
Yeah, so it's a cab. So let's see what it looks like. All right, so you're definitely going to need more depth than that.
Right.
So let's go back to here. So, right, because you need enough of this material to push over the dome so it retains so it'll hold it in, right? So if you have your cab, well, let's turn this guy off. We can do that, turn that off. So when you're cutting the edge of a setting for a cabochon, you just need to make sure that when you press this material down and it pushes over and on, right? Because you're just going to go around and tap that down and it'll fold it in. So often you'll want to give it like a lip or something so it can tap down and over. But you just want to make sure there's enough material there. So when you do start hammering that down, that it'll fold. There's enough to fold over and hold it in. So we come back here. Turn on transparency.
Makes a lot more sense now as to kind of why I'm doing it like that.
Right. And then let's go. Boom. Turn on transparency. Let's hide you for a second. I'm going to go Y. Because right now, I mean, you're only in there, I mean, less than 0.5 millimeter. Right? So you definitely want to be setting in much more than that. You know.
Otherwise, somebody's going to lose their fancy gem in the street somewhere.
Yeah, it's just going to flop right out. And so that's at the, well, that was actually a pretty darn good guess, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, look at that. I almost got it right on there. See? Consistency and depth there. We'll turn transparency off. And you can see that you have that big gaping ridge there, right? So if you were really going to set this up for the casting, you probably want to come in here and just add a bead or add an edge. No, that is not the tool you want to use. How'd you turn light boolean off for a minute? And we're gonna go Y radial. Just give it like a little lip. And then when they come in with the Boolean, you want it actually to be like there. And then that way when you do Boolean it, that gives you meat to knock down and over into that hole. And that would actually probably smooth out, right? You wouldn't really see that lip when you're done. Unless you want it, and if you want it, then make it bigger. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
All right. But all in all, I think that you are... That's a little dramatic. You wouldn't have to go quite that deep, but you can see just hammering that down. And metal's soft, right? It's just going to fill that in pretty darn quickly. Sorry. Here we go. Tomas starts yawning again. Yeah, actually that's... It always looks so much more melodramatic here. You know what I mean? And you're like, that's like 0.2 of a millimeter. You're like, all right, it's fine.
I'm still trying to learn that connection with, you know, like the mental picture of it being on the screen to reality, like, and then being in reality. Not quite there yet.
Get a printer. It's just the easiest way to visualize is you just start printing everything, and then you'll get, you know, you'll start to calibrate what you see online or what you see on the screen to what's there, you know. And I'd say, you know, get a printer and print everything. You know, at the beginning, just keep printing, make 5 models, print them out, look at them, you know, oh, I see. I need to make that deeper. Get it, print it, and you're like, oh, that looks great. Oh, I see nothing. You know, oh, it's way too deep. You know, it really just comes down to seeing it. That's the only way you can calibrate. You know, because if you send it off and then you get it, you know, cast and polished, well, you don't know if they trashed your detail. You don't know if the detail came out. You know what I mean? And you can now get pretty affordable printers. You know, Mars and the, what is it, the Elgu or that'll actually print the 25 microns that for jewelry, if you're doing any kind of detailed jewelry, you need 25 microns because, at least I do. You start putting little finesseful surface details in the stuff. If you don't have 25 microns, most of that won't show up. So, yeah.
Mars 2 Pro.
I think that, is that the 8K one?
No,
I mean,
no, it's pretty old now, by now, these days standards.
But, I mean, oh, you have one. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Mars 2 Pro.
Yeah. I mean, that's more than good enough to print and look at stuff, you know? But just keep printing. It's really the easiest process to calibrating your eye to what's going to come off the machine. Because
I'll try printing this then.
Yeah, do. And
XY is 50 micron on that printer.
Well, I mean, you'll still get, like for this, you'll definitely get your cup depth and stuff, you know. I think, I don't see, unless you're trying to get these dimples, right, that I put in there, you know, 50 micron on something like this is going to be fine. Wouldn't you think? I mean, it's going to give him enough to start judging the cabochon depths and stuff.
Yeah.
Someone talking about my earrings. Yeah, no, I think it looks good. I think you seem to be pretty on task. You know, it's not like you're completely out of the ball game. It's just little finesseful stuff. And like I said, just getting calibrated by printing is probably the best way to do any of that. I think, honestly, it's the only way to do it. And then that way you know what comes off the print, and then when you get some of those cast, you see what people do to your castings, and then you go, oh my god, I need a casting machine in my own house so people can't destroy my castings, and then it's a joy. Right on. Have any questions?
No, that's it, thank you.
Right on. No, I think you're definitely doing good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course.
Wouldn't be without the course and without your feedback, so
Well, I appreciate it. And I'm glad you took the course.
thank you.
Yeah.
I'm looking
Thank
forward to doing the course as
Right.
fast as possible. So.
As fast
think
as
it-
possible.
Well, you know what I mean.
You got to practice.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, don't. That's definitely not. I mean, seriously, take your time. It's not a race. And, you know, it's not like a course where you have X amount of time. You know, just do it until you really feel like you can do it and understand what you did and why you did it. You know, it's like, because I redo so many models all the time. And if you can't redo your own model, then you don't understand what the geometry is. So I really find that just doing something till you understand it, I mean, really understand it, is going to help you a great deal. Because if you don't, like I said, the early principles are exactly how I do everything. And so if you really can wrap your head around some of that stuff, then as it gets more complicated, you're going to realize you're just doing the same stuff. I mean, and you know, I say the same things. Sculpt in layers. Don't draw on the surface. Oh, sculpt in layers. So, you know, I think,
Reflective surfaces.
yeah. Right on, right on.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Of course, my friend. Haryat, we have 6 people in front of you right now, at least. So we might not get to it this week, but we'll definitely get to it in the next session. Oh, yes. Right. Update size ratios. Always update size ratios. That's another one. That's a good one to remember, Jeff. Okay. Where are we next?
Next up is Lovaloo
Boop.
or Judgery. Let me figure out what that one looks like. So I
It's
can-
this one right here.
Okay.
That is totally messed up. That's hysterical. I feel like that some days. Nice. Are they here?
Don't know. And Harjot, you are actually next in
Oh.
line, so you will probably be the last model we get to.
Wow.
My assumption.
Oh, cool. I thought they meant, could they?
I submitted a while ago.
Yeah.
Levaloo is here.
Yay, there you are. Awesome. Okay, just so you know, this is absolutely hysterical. I love him. It's funny. Really. I'm serious. This is what I feel like sitting at the computer. All right. Your anatomy's lovely, actually. I mean, it's obvious that... And see, this is where we were talking earlier where, you know, even if you distort the human anatomy, if you understand human anatomy, it shows, right? You know, it shows... well, it shows. There we go. Hands are hard, aren't they? Your thumb's a little odd here, but we don't need Henry talking about hands. It's mostly been armpits recently. It hasn't been hands. Yeah, no. Honestly, your anatomy looks great. Here again, we were just talking about this. You know, this obviously is not human face, right? It's really distorted, but it's following the rules of the human face. You do really good ankles. Ankles are a weak spot where most of the time it's not even worth like critiquing the ankles. You know, you're like, okay, the ankle's in the wrong place, but like the subtleties of it, you've really beautiful stuff, man. Okay, so here I get to be a little persnickety now because you're so darn good. Doesn't really just end here. Remember that this is coming from under here. So don't lose it under this. You kind of have it here, right? But you want that to come up under here as well, not just terminate here. When you're this good, I get to harass you. Good night, Juan. And your thumb is really bizarre. So the question is that intentional? Or, like, because the fingers look distorted and stuff, but the thumb is really out of place. Is that something that was intentionally done? That first knuckle's down here. Lovely. Hello. Because honestly, I think that's the only thing that, well, like I said, the making sure that this all comes up and in. I think this is coming a little bit in that direction, and you've lost this side of that calf muscle coming in. Okay. So the only things I see that bother me, quote unquote, they both should be terminating in the same place, not at that sort of stiff angle. And you know, you were saying that the hands are supposed to be distorted and weird, so good, they're distorted and weird. For those who don't know what we're... Oh, no, I'm not trying to chop your fingers off. for those who don't grasp anatomy that hard. You can see here that this thumb is super, super high on the hand. Normally, right, you get this, and the thumb is back down in here. But it is distorted and bizarro, so, you know, that's why I asked if it was intentional. Nah, he looks great. It's super fun. Yeah, I think really it's just a simple... just that even. That way you're not leaving this side of the calf muscle just floating out here. I love these wrinkles. It's super fun. No, he's great. In your fabric, just make sure. And once again, it depends on what it is. If it's stiff leather, that could definitely happen from age. So if it's cloth, pay a little bit more attention to what it's doing, you know, as far as like draping angles and stuff. Because here you have these draping angles pretty good. But in the front, this just looks a little squirrely. Obviously, it's not finished, so, you know, that's... not a huge deal, but definitely don't skimp out at this point on your fabric. Your jewelry and stuff looks like... it looks fantastic. No, he's great. I don't know if you have any questions. No, he just cracks me up. He's super fun. Very nice. Yeah. What I would really do, and seriously, it's just take a piece of fabric, you know, tie it around your waist and stand there and just look at what it does. Because, like, if this were an old piece of leather, or like if this were like that cowhide, that Styphian cowhide, and then, you know, this is, because this sort of looks like water puckering. It doesn't look like fabric folds. And like, these are just puckery, so it seems like it's a stiff pelt or something. But then when you get back here, this seems like it's much thinner, and it's fabric and drapey. So, you know, I think figure out what you want it to be, and then look at the weight of the fabric, and that'll dictate what those curves and stuff are, because this stuff back here is very different material than this right here. So just decide on the fabric and then futz with it that way. And then, oh no, that's a hole. Yeah, no, you're fine there. I thought this was cutting through, but it wasn't. No, he looks... I'm sorry, Santiago. Sadly, I'm no longer bilingual. Drowning did wonderful things to my language retention. Yeah, no, Senna, that's a good one. All right. Do you have any other questions or anything? If not, we will move on. I don't know what my lag is. Let me look.
It's about 11 seconds.
Jeez. Why do we get that much lag?
Mm-hmm. Twitch.
It's so bizarre. It says my latency is only 5.29. It's definitely longer than that.
Yeah. On my end, it's 11.
So it even lies. I love it. It just lies to me. Twitch hates me.
It's your latency to you. It can't show you for everyone.
Why not? It's the magic of the interwebs. All right, who's next? Yeah.
Harjo.
Hardo?
Harjo. Or Harjot.
Which one is that? Oh, here we go.
So I think this is a Googleable person named Kamaru Usman. He's a UFC fighter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what we got here. Come on. I'm just trying to see if you can find a picture of his torso versus his legs. Oh, this is his younger brother. I was going to say, he's much more pointy-chinned. Do you have a reference image that you used? Because like here, it seems like he has some serious thighs. Where I feel like his torso and shoulders are huge. And his legs are really tiny. Of course, lovely. Yeah, please do. Because at least from the image, see, like from profile, this doesn't look. At least in the image of him kicking there, it looks like he has some pretty stomping thighs. Because from this, his rib cage has got to be like. And he's only what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Interesting. It sort of looks like His head and upper torso are too large. But the lengths are kind of right. It'll be interesting to see the reference material. Active layers. Because I feel like see, it still feels like his legs are short. But once again, with people, and sometimes, I mean, people have some weird bodies. I mean, weird bodies in the context of scale. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Wow, even more people have uploaded.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe we'll do critiques next week too.
Sure.
I mean, we just have, I mean, this is quite a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
It was just when we were doing 4 and then 4. You know what I mean? It's like,
Mm-hmm.
and let's face it, I need to sculpt every once in a while. Tell me when it's uploaded and I will double check. There it is. Okay, boom. Download. Stop it. Oh, I need to unzip it. Or is it still? Yeah, I think we're a little shuffled in scale here. Hold on, let me look at this one. Let us use this one. Dun, 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 dun. Floor. Whoa. Draw. Bam. Import. Boom. Boop. see if we can scale this down. It's taken at a downward angle. Well, yeah, I think you've just blown his ribcage out a little. Let's see. You're right, his head is a little big though. That's interesting. It won't let me do that. Okay. So, let's do this. Draw. Drag you over here a little. If you take his head, and then we use it as our measuring tool, let us see here. Yeah, homie got a big head. It's interesting. Yeah, see, his torso is not 4 head lengths. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Wish you didn't have that belt on, my friend. Okay. So let's measure you. So if you're dealing with his head height, and remember his head came to middle shoulder. Okay, so you're pretty close up there. But I think he's a weird body. Fascinating. So let's once again, this is taken sort of down. Right, so we're seeing a lot more of the top of his head, I'm guessing. Because, let's go to draw. Interesting. See, it's really tricky because it looks like that's taken from slightly below. That's pretty close to straight on. Interesting. So I think actually your torso might be too long. Sorry, we don't have a really good straight on front reference, so it's a little tricky to see what's going on. But he's definitely I mean, like your neck side, your head with the shoulder is actually pretty on, which is kind of shocking. I think that this is at a slightly little angle. His pecs aren't quite that flat. They have a little more bubble to them. They're a little rounder. Right, this is very flat. He's a little bit more bulked round. Yeah, I think he is. So this image that you used for his portrait seems to be from slightly up angled. And I think that in all reality, like his head proportions, if you're looking at him, are probably more like at this angle for your head. So I think that you want to redo the portrait a little more to more at this angle, because this is pretty close, because you can see that you can't see here how much nostril you can see, right? If you look here, you're getting a little bit more of this. So we know that this is slightly down. Also just how we're looking at his legs. But I think that this is a slightly more realistic view of him, even though you can tell that it's at a downward angle, because see where his ears are compared to his nose. So it's hard to say, isn't it? I just feel like he has a slightly more bulbous dome. I think we just have a little bit more roundness in here. Because right now he's coming across as a little flat there. Maybe not quite that much, but I think you can kind of feel what I'm saying there. He doesn't really have a unibrow. He does have, there's a pretty good dent here. A little bit puffier there. He also seems to have a little bit more puff here. So I would work. Yeah, it's interesting. Because you can see eye to nose where his eye is. And see your... It's funny, your ear placement is as if it is taken at this angle, right? So I would rework the portrait just a little. He's a little bit rounder than this, right? He's not quite that square. His torso, and let's actually look at the side silhouette here. He does have skinny, darn little legs, I think. But look at how long his lower leg is here. I mean, his knee is here, his ankle's here. His hip's like right there. He has much longer lower legs than he does have upper legs, and it looks like you have this a little backwards. If you look at how long your upper leg is compared to how long your lower leg is, I think we're going to find that his knees are actually up here. Now let us do this. No. Stop. Turn symmetry off. But what are you doing? Redonkulous. Okay. Come on. Henry, has there been a Wacom update? Like recently? Okay, and it's always kind of hard to do this, but let's play with the silhouette just a little. I'm just going to use some move tools, and this is going to be very crude, but let me duplicate. Delete hidden. Can only do it at lowest subdivision level. Alright, we'll do it at lowest subdivision level. Delete hidden. Should have deleted higher. Don't crash. Come on. It's easier if you do this with, because now it's processing your subdivisions. Okay, so let's see what we have to say. I'm sorry for taking time. That's okay. Let's see what this says. Well, this is thinking because I blew it on that one. Maybe we'll check. Okay. I want to know that tools and interface of Blender sculpting is the same as ZBrush. They are not the same. ZBrush and Blender have very little to do with one another, honestly. Oh, thank you. No, they're not the same at all, actually. They're very different. I mean, I don't use Blender. It's free. I get it. I'm not saying don't use Blender, but they're radically different sculpting tools. They have very little to do with one another as far as actually sculpting tools go. Okay, so our eyes are roughly in the right place. We're going to move them up a little. We're going to hide you. we're going to get the eye aligned here. So you can see that we're pretty different there. Let's go from chin to top of the head. Okay. And I know that I'm not comparing the facial portrait to this. We know that there are different angles. I just want to see the proportion of the body. So you can see your shoulder is actually pretty darn close. It's that when you rotated the arm out, you sort of disjointed everything below it. Now your legs. And here it's at a perspective, so it's a little hard to tell, but I think that his lower leg is longer than his upper leg. So getting a little bit of that going, and I think that, let's mask. Why is that doing that? Stop that, that's the wrong mask. Let's do that. He has slightly bigger thighs. Ooh, what is that about? What are you doing? Okay. ZBrush starting to squirrel out on me a little. Okay. I don't even know why it's doing that. Move. Smooth. Move. And look at where this armpit placement is comparison. Right? Because your shoulder, look how close your shoulder is, right? But you just drag that armpit out dramatically. You can see if we get that there. We really haven't changed the width of the top of the shoulder. And of course that's going to move up because it's out, right? But somehow or another you really made that armpit come out. Now let me see here. Let's turn the floor off for a second. Now see how that looks much more like a human body? And his lat's a little more isolated like that. It's a little bigger. Somehow or another you just drag that pec down, I think is really just the issue. So let's go up here and look at the difference. So we have, see the difference in where, so you basically took this area and drug it down. Because honestly, everything's pretty good. I think your quad could be a little bigger, and I think you can make your knee raise a little. And he does have weird little little calves. Stop that. Lower res, delete higher, delete lower. Mirror and weld. Nope, wrong direction. Mirror and weld. Interesting. Show part. No. Show part. Okay, I might have overreacted some, but I think that this is or intrinsic issue. Turn on symmetry. Why isn't symmetry turning on? Okay. ZBrush is now officially freaking out on me. Look at that. Why is it not? Transform, activate symmetry. Does that have something to do with it? Look at where the second dot is on his forehead. Look at it. Do we have posable symmetry turned on? No, I don't. Oh, delete posable symmetry. Sure enough. Look at that. How'd that get turned on? Weird. Yeah, no. What's funny is that looks thin. I wish we had a good picture. This is just too far spread out. There's no way that his rib cage is that separated. I think you just need to do that, honestly. I don't think it's much more than that. It's funny, the second we do that, it looks... Maybe I've just been looking at this so long. that I can't... It's really hard for me to tell because when we put the measurement to it, a lot of these measurements are correct. There's just, when you get the armpits out that far, your rib cage isn't that big, right? All that bulk is muscle, but that rib cage, this intersection has to happen at the right same place. And that's the only thing that's perplexing me here, or the thing that's throwing my eye off is that, you know, this just seems really blown out. Hold on, let's go back to where we were. Come on. You see what I mean? Because maybe it's just the pec. I think that this is a little too thin here. And that's throwing me for a loop. And then I think his calves are just... I think his lower body is just a little too thin. See, just even that much helps some. It's just so bizarre. Yeah, I don't know. I think that, I mean, you're real close. I think that his head, I think you need a reference that's a little bit more not quite looking up because it's making his forehead look short. And in all of his pictures, he has a big like the upper part of his head's a little bit bigger and rounder. And so what I would do is this. I would try to find a good picture of him standing with nothing in front of his torso. Because, like I said, when I measure from here to here and then here to here, it's, I mean, you know, this is in the right place, the outside. But if that's the delt there, hold on. So if the delt is sitting here, you can see that the pec's too far out. Because even if you know, it just needs to come in just a touch. I think maybe we've disjointed his shoulder and pulled it out too much. I really think that honestly it's going to wind up being something as simple as that. And now this line's weird because I've just been dragging it around. But I think it's seriously just where this line is sitting is making the pecs look ridiculous. And so I think you need a good reference of that. Yeah, and your lower legs are short. And it's funny because it seems when you do the head count, it seems like his head is short, but his torso is also short. It's really interesting. I think you're going to wind up with something that's a little bit more like that. And I know I've pushed this around, so I've mangled your anatomy, but silhouette-wise. Because he has really long lower legs, and he has a little short torso. Fascinating. So when you look at your references, one, get your lower leg length right, because I think it's wrong. I think that his torso is actually pretty short. So, 1, 2, 3, and then 4 should be about that much from his groin from what it looks like in these images. When you measure with his arms down, his head to here, it's just a little bit past the delt, like that. So he has a big head for his torso proportions. But that's not bad. But if that's the shoulder, the pec has got to, or the deltoid's got to come in, right? He doesn't have small delts, so if that's his deltoid, that means his pec is coming in here. But he has really big lats. They're pretty bubbly. So I really do think it's just this line right here is different. I would say that his hips come out a little bit more than what you have them right now. And then that leads to the knee being there. And then his calf is a little bit more like that. And then I do think that his eyes are a little lower in his face. This is a particularly shot up at angle because I think his head's a little bit more round up here. It seems like he has sort of a round dome. So look at that. But you're real damn close. When I first saw it, I'm like, oh my God, that's like totally off. But when we're looking at the measurements, it's just really little subtle things. It's interesting. I would have sworn the shoulder spread was too wide, but I think it's because the pecs are just setting too far out, thus pinching the shoulders, pushing them up and out, and that's what's being weird. That's my guess. All right, hopefully that helps. I know it's strange because he has a strange body. Or I say that. I mean, his body is not typical proportions. So, yeah. But I really think a lot of it is just this line. What's making a lot of that weird to my eye is just this line. Is in a strange place. There's something going on with his pecs that are weird. I think they're a little low too. But that's a reference thing that we'll have to look at. I'll see if I can find a reference too, because now I'm totally intrigued. Weird. Just just weird. Yeah, it's just very out of proportions. It's fascinating. But there's something going on up there that's strange. I mean, this line, this intersection's odd. Now I've pinched his. That's me moving your arms around why the biceps are so weird there, but bizarro. All right. You have any other questions on that? Sorry, I couldn't be more exacting. I just, from the reference, it's really difficult to tell. But when I measured head to shoulder, the shoulder just like, no, you can't see my hand. That's funny. Like that is correct, you know. And then, come on. But that is not. Right. Come on. You can do it. Come back. And yeah, your lower legs were way too short. He really has long lower legs in those images. So look at your lower legs. Look at your crotch height. And look at your pec placement. And once again, I think the image you used is from below. He has more of a dome head. Hopefully that helped.
Alrighty.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, it's a very difficult position to get, but especially when you have a weird body. He has like a little short, really wide rib cage. Yeah, sorry I couldn't find the exact thing that's wrong, but I just don't have the reference material that's very helpful. All right, I guess because we have so many people left over, we will do crits next week as well. That being said, everyone have a lovely week, and I'll see you next week. Yes, YouTube subscribers, hit like and subscribe, and hit the little bell thing if you want to get notified. It's really important for our thingy-mabob. Join our Discord. We're there all the time. Look at ZBrush Jewelry Workshops. Buy Pixelogic. Or buy ZBrush. Someone else bought Pixelogic. Someone beat you to it. Yeah, thank you. I think that's... Yeah. Seemed like a reasonable place to stop.
Yep.
Right on. See you next week, guys. Have a lovely week.